Hello, viewers of the internet. Okay, so tonight's the night. That's been decided. Get rid of that pop-up window for my drive. Okay, so this is not the finale of Ace Attorney Chronicles. I just want to be clear about that. This is the finale of the first half, which is technically the first game, which is Ace Attorney Adventure. So this is the finale of Adventures tonight. Like I think I mentioned the last time, I think I'm just going to play the rest of the game on my own since it takes so long for me to get through this game, and I kind of want to do other games on stream. So I hope that's not a disappointment, but I feel like I've been playing this game for a long time now on stream, and it's time to wrap this up, at least on some level, to wrap this thing up. So that's going to be the goal tonight, is to wrap this up. So let's switch to the game. I almost wasn't going to stream tonight because I had a bit of a bad headache, just like an hour ago. I wasn't sure if I was going to stream or not. I was like, oh my god, please go away. Please, pain, go away. But I am feeling better now, which is good. So I want to do this and get this over because I want to start my Spooktober stuff tomorrow night. So you gotta get this done tonight. I hope everyone's well tonight. October's almost here. By the way, I'm looking. Oh yeah, the box, the mystery box. This is what we got last time. Was the mystery box, which I believe is supposed to be a music box. That's what my guess was. Oh, before I start, one important thing here. One thing. I have the last. This is an important occasion. This is the last mini Reese's peanut butter cup I have. I have been eating these throughout Ace Attorney. This is the last one. I have to get some more at some point, but here it goes in my mouth. Yes. Actually, it's starting to get a little bit old now. Still good though. Still good. Okay. Let me just take a sip here now. Ah, yes, that's good. Now I'm ready to begin. Alright. So, this is your spoon question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. On the night of Mr. Winniebank's murder. The only item on the shelf that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick! Let's open it and see what's inside. It's a rod? Oh wait, no, it is a music box thing. Good gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although, in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. I don't know why I worded it that way. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Well, put it in. Let's hear what it has to say. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Winniebank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his Hold on, let me fix my voice. You know, maybe I should have ate the candy after. Because now it's like, I got chocolate in my throat now. Trying to talk, and like... Maybe that wasn't the best idea, but you know what? It was still delicious regardless. Anyway. It was the disc of his dictum in the omnibus. But why? For heaven's sake! Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Let me raise my hand and ask a question. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. We're anxiously awaiting this, so let's get to it. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
What? Wait, my lord. Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector Fish and Chips? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
Objection, yeah. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit, in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what's happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Grrr! No further delays, please. Play the disc. We'll find out that it's like rock music. Yeah, that's definitely not a tune. That sounds more like Morse code. Okay. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon. This really is priceless. I do my little jig, I do my little dance. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. If the officer sent it to fetch it and drop it on the way back to the courtroom. How do you know that? Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that the music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? I think so. Be bold, Ryunosuke, be bold. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Council. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. Unless you look at it a different way. Or listen to it a different way. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. He's on the edge of his chips. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. I almost forgot you were there, Lord Van Zieks. Yes. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. Smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Hehe, making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well now, that you told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind. Because if not, I will have to give you my boot. It will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. That further confirms what my theory is. That it is Morse code on that thing. It is a data disk. A very crude data disk of some kind. Alright, well, the music box isn't broken. It must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. And we do happen to have a person on the jury who happens to know Morse code. Can we get her to listen to this, please? Ah. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not, in fact, music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, It's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. All the dots. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sound on this music box disc is... I'm thinking... the newspaper article. Not this back here. Look at this again. Let's see this again. So communicating Graydon and his allies. Intercepted by hostile nations. If you I wonder. Perhaps this is where Lord Stormheart. Let me just double check I don't have any other evidence that could be on this here, like the McGillard case notes. I think it's got to be the newspaper because it's code. It's a coded transmission. Probably in Morse code. Oh, no, let's do that. And they're smuggling information out through music disc.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pickpurse Plunder. I'm hardly supportive of your case. Your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. And tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madame. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. Morse. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Yes. Yes, I am. Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council. deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. Or sovereign government's confidential information. Hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete ignorance, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being a most flagitious offense, to which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... Excuse me. You gotta let us have rabbit pork in there, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Free Skulkin Bravas. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Alright, Mr. Graydon. Mr. Eggs Benedict is going to testify again. Hold on. Okay. Begin. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Well, unless he comes across it. Alright, he claims he couldn't steal such info. Besides, the sounds produced by the music box aren't even Morse code. Well, let's confirm that with the lady who knows Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. relation to Mason. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like we told us to. Okay, so we broke into the pond. If we'd known there were some dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. And that's it. Okay. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Well, Mr. O'Do, Governor, what's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? They did kind of just admit that. We did, Gov, we did. Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. That was supposed to be a straight up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ah. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. About time. I would like to take a look at that. See how the former gilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windybanks? It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. We just determined that, Ryunosuke, come on. It just doesn't make any sense. Oh my god, I have such bad memory I forgot what I just argued for. I wonder, do you have amnesia? Or a short-term memory problem, Ryunosuke? Ryuno has a short-term memory problem. Yeah, perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. Anything on the bottom? Oh, there's something on the bottom. What is this? Oh. What is it, Ryuno? I just know something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Oh, come on, then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Press button. Boom! Explodes in your face. Explodes. There's a second music box on the other side. Ah. Look at that, there's another movement. Movement? Why are they calling it a movement? That's just kind of a weird term. I would say a mechanism, not a movement, but maybe that's just the term they used back then. There's another movement on the other side. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. It looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had 2 discs, they would both play it back at the same time. Interesting. If only we had a second disc. Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. The music box can only play two tones. Interesting. Okay, so this is the disc that's in there right now. Wasn't there a second disc? I'm trying to remember what... I probably forgot already, but I know Sholmes made an impression of one of the discs. I just don't remember which one he made the impression of. Was it this one? Or was it another one? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was a second disc. I just don't remember where it showed up in the investigation. Well, anyway, let's press him. So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh, no, stop. You must say something. Oh, no, stop. You must say something, stop. Let me guess. The juror. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idle. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. I must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's also fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you would keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Maybe it needs both discs in order to make the correct code. Because if it is like encrypted code, then yeah, you probably do need to have a second disc in there to make the thing understandable. Because it might only be like a partial code in there. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked by my ignorance. Ha, ha, ha. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Short and long tones, yes. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you can construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? You only hear the dots. But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Yeah! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? It's kind of impossible in the current state it's in. Yeah, I'll save. I just want to see what happens here. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, Mindefulney's friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? It needs the... It needs the other side to be playing. So you have your dots playing on one side and the dashes play on the other side.
Got it!
Good gracious. What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc, or disc. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing to do with it. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo. You will reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Hold it!
So, 2 months ago in the omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. That's kind of speculation. Ryunosuke. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an arson quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. If you have nothing more to add to that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah? Who else, yeah? Silly me, though. Thought we just popping over for an after all these years in the water and a dodgy job for us. Yeah, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all the years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's an old chin now.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? The other one? Yeah. No, the other Mr. Skulkin. The short one. What? You, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now, and his fancy whistling flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve and all. But when we was younger, we was some poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But we was always a leery one. Heady brains, heady savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. No, blimey, ain't that the trough. Remember Middleton's Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, wasn't it? Yeah. Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Throw it out, please. Oh wait, Geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't doing nothing wrong. Except for breaking and entering. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to a testimony, please? I don't know, could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Should I add it to the testimony? I'm always of the opinion you should always try and add it to the testimony. Like, sure, the more the better. My lord? Yes, counsel. I'm afraid I know what you're going to ask. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. Spoken is never spoken. No return in Skoken's milk run. Or the mother days.
Hold it!
I am sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? I guess we'll just go for it. So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come his way to his cart to deliver milk. See? You just chuck your empties outside your front door, we will leave you on full again, right? And so we swooped in on the action and got people to sign up with us. And we promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. And people couldn't wait to sign on to the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon bid it. Are you up, you rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. So where did I get the milk from? Right. Nah. We had going on more simple ones when you left the idea. We just switched them over, you see? Our customers have teeth with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A doddle, right? Okay. I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime. It was just an harmless little bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Well, it was what came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah, Ash has always had his head in his books and when he was growing up. So he was gonna get himself an education and out of the slum, as it were. Cool, we all read on him about that, didn't we? Told him it was soft in the head to even think it. But look at him now. He's only gone to blink and communication officer, ain't he? A communications officer, Mr. Spoken. Sholmes and Wilson's milk run. No, Iris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Gina overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Winniebank's. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Okay, I don't think we didn't press everything yet. You only... Okay, I didn't press this statement.
Hold it!
So did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. And we don't plan on knowing nothing about it either. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was like some kind of a sign, begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windy Bank's all along, weren't you? We were, Gov, we were. You're right there. Because that's what he told us to do. It was his plan. And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Winnie Banks that night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. And that's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell you. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Okay, so it's called Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run. I'm gonna check something here. Mason Milverton. Ta-da! Oh wait, no, that was the wrong one, didn't it? Stop talking, Iris. I was gonna press them again, I pressed the wrong button. I want to ask about the name.
Hold it!
So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you would have worked that one out. That is... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Object, please, yes. Let me guess, you don't accept that anything these 2 witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... They weren't the happiest of ones times come from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out of him. She took the name Graydon, didn't she? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. His real name is Milverton? Milverton? So that used to be your surname, didn't it? Did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these 2 thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Okay. Now I think we can present the Mason Overton thing. Iris, stop talking. I've no relation to the man.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Twirly dance. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes. Stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his ends. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Winniebank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Yeah? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Winniebank was killed, The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, or should I call you Mr. Milverton? Do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, or should I call you Mr. Milverton now? That wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common back-slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded, to my jig, my little dance to calm me down. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Hard evidence. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the skull converter's gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet fired from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Or I'll call you Mr. Murderer. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you.
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. Nani? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. Tee-hee, I can make up a load of bullshit too. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Nani? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw at the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor, defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... what? Oh, come on. Order! 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 Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. I'm glad that the judge actually put allegedly in there. That means a lot to me. Nothing will give me greater pleasure. Alright. Let's nail you to the cross here, Mr. Graydon Milverton / murderer. Nail your ass to the cross here. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When the winning bank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Are you fucking serious? There's so much wrong in that testimony. Oh my goodness, I'm going to have fun picking you apart. Wow. That was... It's like, at first it was like, kind of. Then it was like, it got worse and worse and worse as it went on. So far off the mark at the end there. Wow. Good gracious, that was a load of bullshit. This is quite extraordinary. Bullshit. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger and then throwing the gun out the peephole? Are you sure that's what you are sure that's your final answer? Order. Let's get over with here. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth, you say? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details, as if they were completely made up on the spot. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If a coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. Now hold on, we did check the coat Gina had on her, and it did show signs of a blood stain on it, but that was the blood from Mr. Mason, though. It wasn't the blood from the pawnbroker dude. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. You know, like the thing we have, you know, the little spray gun thing. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Guinea's coat. If they tested with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday, but it's not the pawnbroker's blood, though. It's Mr. Mason's blood. Don't move, Guinea, I'm gonna shoot you. What? Hey, ugh. But it's only her coat. Only the coat, not her belt, not her shirt, not her vest or anything else, or belt. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel? Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination? Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover... Ooh, excuse me. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Ooh, sorry. Oh, hold on. So I'm suspecting that... I'm just going to put this out here, because I'm already suspecting that what Mr. Graydon was whispering to Inspector Fish and Chips, unfortunately, it sounds like they were colluding, so I think the Inspector might end up backing him up on these claims, even though they are kind of bullshit. Really, the only part of the testimony that we can probably really hit him on is that, hold on, she didn't throw the gun out of the storeroom. The gun was found in her hand in the storeroom. So it's like, okay, that's the story we want to go with. Okay, he was near entrance of shop.
Hold it!
Mr. Winniebank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we were just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but then the old geezer took me over the bloomin' counter. Sure, I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scupper. The pair of you settling upon the poor, defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gov. When Winniebank threw Nash over the counter. Hold on. I just want to double check something. Was it Nash or Ringo got thrown over the counter? Oh, that was old Graydon. That was old Graydon. Nope, it was Ringo. It was Ringo that got trucked over the counter, not Nash. Yep, that was the testimony from a few days ago. See, it was a good thing I took notes on that, because I was thinking like, wait a minute, is that right? Nope, he's wrong. It was Ringo that got thrown over the counter.
Hold it!
I don't know if Ryunosuke is going to pick up on that though. You mean, that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winniebank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. And then he scampered through that door at the back. At which point, what did you do? I don't think there's any way I can... I don't think there's anything I have in my evidence that just recalls that testimony. Yes, yeah, I can't present profiles. So I don't really have a way to like contradict them on this at the moment. The game doesn't really give me a way to do it. But yeah, it was Ringo that got thrown over the counter, not Nash. But I can't really contest him on that. The game doesn't really give me a way to contest him on that. So let's move on. Oh, yeah, let's keep forgetting. I'm supposed to be taking notes. I keep forgetting to do that. He says Vic through Nash over counter. Then Geo shot. Okay. Okay, so went after the victim. Looked in people.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made out of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? Yes, you should. I looked through it myself that night. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely. You didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winniebank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant. Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? Okay. Defendant shot Vic as he fled. Where did he flee? Where was he fleeing to exactly? It wasn't a very big room. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winniebank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as you've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winniebank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. That does not make any sense at all. I'm kind of disappointed in you, Nancy.
Objection!
Subject to that. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, Counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, and then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say, of your dancing and seeing that. Small blood splatter. Okay.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes. Through the people, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment is solid with the victim's blood. Well, it is solid with blood, that's for sure. But hold on, this also means that he knows the coat has Mason's blood on it, too. But it's not Mr. Winniwick's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood, from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence. We can't use it as evidence to support our case, because they said they don't want to accept that. Bother. Yeah, bother. It's bollocks. Okay, so defendant toss gun out people. People, Gray, took it. So why don't you present this gun, if it's evidence? If you have it, present the damn thing.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the people onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistling Flute there told us to tidy up. He thinks our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, my God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like the bull at the gate, aren't you?
Excuse me!
Gentlemen. Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. What is going on? You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Why were you assaulting him? on the witness stand. No less. Blimey, this dude's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me a whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention a third gun when we got down to the station? And why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D's giving me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone unless it was like a delicious thing of fish and chips. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Fish and chips. My lord. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. The blood. The blood. On the accused overcoat. The accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. I guess we're done. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No. The blood on that coat is not Mr. Winniebanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Winniebanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And we have taken that back, yes. And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect that you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bully disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But... We used Mr. Sholmes specially for... Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Pruzoki to Starving Boy, and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes, barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth, from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. Wasn't there a photo of Gina on the floor somewheres or whatnot? Because, I mean, come on, he was shot from the back, there's no blood on his back. If there was blood splatter, there would be blood all over the back of the victim, too. We know he was shot from the back. That's what the autopsy report confirms. It's like... I really wish the game would have given me the photo of Gina on the floor. No other visible sign of trauma, instant death from post-anterior bullet wound to heart. Bullet entering the body from the back on a gently rising trajectory. Man, it's almost like the police don't really do a proper investigation. We're just making stuff up along as we go into trial here. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Ah, no, you got me. My lord. My lord. Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Again. Sir.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
I can't believe they're falling for this.
Guilty.
This story still doesn't make any sense. Listen to me. Like, where's the third gun? Why don't we bring the third gun into evidence here? Why don't we... What happened to the blood splatter? Why is there no blood splatter on the rest of Gina's clothes? Why is there no blood splatter all over inside the storeroom? What sense does it make for her to throw the gun, her gun, out the window and yet hang on to the victim's gun? None of this makes any sense. Am I going crazy here? Am I just losing my mind here? I can't be the crazy one here. This doesn't make any sense. There's still too many unanswered questions here. There's no blood splatter on the back of the victim. I have that. Ugh. The jury's a bunch of dum-dums. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. Again. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. I don't believe it. I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. What is this? Weren't you a great Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me? Officer? Why are you addressing the defense? You delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. And the courage made some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. That scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice, kind of, maybe. Am I going mad? Ah! It's you. Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I should be, but had I not been set upon an errand... What errand?
Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last.
Yes, good lady. Good day, Iris. I appeared to be rather late to rise, my apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. No more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly. Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Yeah! Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible then.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Oh, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right, modesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping. A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Is it a packed lunch? Why would I need this? Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis, you are to be given this small parcel. Those were the clear lady's instructions. The dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Suzaru-san. Whatever could it be? It's... What is this? What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made.
Ah. What is it exactly? What was this thing again? Oh, the cat door maker thing. The cat door making gun. What use could this be in the trial?
Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flapomat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. In anything, it can put a hole in and add a door at the same time. In anything. Anything. What's Susie up to?
Miss Suzaru muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
What?
Didn't she say something like that?
Hi, I hope you haven't forgotten about me already.
You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Much better than Iris. Much better.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that
Oh, my voice is like getting all messed up.
I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, man? My voice is like cracking. Hold on. Tonight's gonna be a long one. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Suzaru made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Suzaru-san used the cat flapomat that night? But why? Why would you do that? I don't know where this is going. I don't know. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? Yep, turned out that was about 5 minutes. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination as he always does. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make the wrong move, the trial will end badly. Something tells me I should probably save. My lord, the defense request... Time to think? Listen, let me look at the flapomat gun. Yes, it is basically a chainsaw that's in the shape of a square. To cut a square hole in things and somehow attach a door at the same time. Don't quite know how this works. Ooh, those vicious teeth look like they rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. They're indestructible and very, very sharp. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are the two parts at the top there?
Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door if it gets cut out.
Right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest doors. And anybody's torso, too, I might add.
It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat Flappleman is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction.
Wagahai's so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him. Even developing deadly weapons. Deadly. It's a deadly weapon.
Yeah. Okay. What should I do here? Let me think. I mean, the jury's already decided it's guilty now, so I guess I have to do a summation examination, because if I do anything else, it's like... The jury's already decided now, so it's like, you can't do anything else. Let's just go with that. Now let's come to this. My only chance is to appeal to the jurors and try to change their minds. Again. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What of Miss Fusato's gracious gesture? Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to waste? Final piece of... And this is not a time for inaction. This is a time to hear from a witness. But it's not possible for me to bring a new witness to the stand at this point. Unless you're saying you want me to ask you.
I don't think that's what Hurley means, Runo. Had you forgotten where we are in the trial?
If the defense has nothing more to add, I think we should proceed to the education.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord. The defense requests... further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord. Who is this? My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Yes, they suspended the cross-examination, that's right. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord.
So nobody can say anything then? If Runo asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. Single chance to present evidence. If, following that, the situation remains unchallenged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Shaw. I will just take a nap now, right here on the floor by the witness stand. Don't mind me. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Even a man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. It all comes down to one thing. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris, or Susato, or Kazuma, or anybody. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. I don't know how, but it will. Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Alright, so we have one shot at this. One shot. Alright, let's see what we can... Alright, let's review what this is here. I think that statement's okay. Moving through Nash or account. We know that's not right. We know it was Ringo, but I don't have any way to, I think, prove that. Pursued the man, but showed himself in the storeroom. That sounds reasonable. The accused in black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. And I'll leave that one alone. Blood splatter all over that wretched girl. But nowhere else. Only the coat, which is very suspect. It is very sus. It's a very sus statement. And the last one, she tossed the gun out of people, so I picked it up and made my escape. Again, that's very sus right there. So... So how does the cat door making gun fit into this at all? I still don't know how it fits into this. Like, okay, let's presume that Susato used the cat door making gun on the storeroom door. Why would she have done that? To do what? I mean, I think we did see a cat in the pawnbrokery. I don't know where it came from. But I don't know what that cat would have to do with anything.
let's look at my... Alright, let's review evidence here. Yeah, taken from a pawnbroker, misleading forms some handwritten notes from the back of the photograph. I don't think that's relevant anymore. This is not relevant. The court is not accepting any of this stuff, so we can't really do anything with that. And then the other redemption ticket that has Mr. Mason's blood on it. I don't think that's relevant to anything. The story manuscript, which I don't know what this has to do with anything yet, but it's probably like going to be a post-trial thing, I would think. Because I don't think this has anything to do with the murder. So that's irrelevant. The case notes. Victim found deceased. Stab wound to the abdomen. The eyewitness testimonies that were surprised forfeit testimonies on the acquittal due to insufficient evidence. I don't know if this is relevant anymore. The newspaper I don't think is relevant anymore. Autopsy report. Time of death between 1 and 1:30. Single bullet fired in upper half of the victim's back, notice visible sign of trauma. Instant death from post-anterior bullet wound to the heart. Bullet entered the body from the back with a gently rising diagonal trajectory. You know, if there was like blood splatter coming out of his back, it should be like all over the victim on the back. And you clearly don't see it here. He bled out the front. And yeah, from the map, in order for him to have been shot, he would have had to have been shot from the doorway. Not from inside the storeroom. So I don't know why everybody's like on this like, oh, she shot him inside the storeroom. How did she do that? And then toss the gun out? It makes no fucking sense. Like, Gina was holding when she was found unconscious. Like, why would she have picked up the gun if she used another gun to shoot him? Again, it doesn't make any sense. So this Culkin Brothers gun is probably irrelevant at this point. Because we know that was the gun that shot Mr. Sholm, so it's not relevant. So this is something else I wanted to look at here. Was the height difference between Gina and the victim. They actually appear to be pretty close to the same height. So if Gina shot the victim in the back, it probably would not have the upwards angle of a shot going through him. It would probably be more level through his back. Wouldn't that make sense? And we still haven't explained why the lamp is broken either, but it's that has not come up at all. The lamp. We have not explained the broken lamp. It's just... And this was taken after.
Like, supposing that Suzato used the door making thing, like, I don't see any evidence that it was used anywhere, though. So again, I don't really know what the significance of the door gun thing is. I don't think the stereoscope is significant anymore. The disc I'm not sure about. Sholm's pouch is not significant anymore. This bullet's not really significant. The music box, well, I don't know. And that leaves the cat flapomat, which I don't know what this is for. I don't know how this is significant to anything. Alright, I'm just gonna take a shot here. Present the map, because that doesn't make any sense to me, because clearly he didn't look like he was fleeing anywhere, and he got shot in the back. He fell down from the doorway, not where the defendant was.
Objection!
Which is clearly not the right thing. You invited Sue. Oh, okay. They're gonna give me more chances here. Okay, so I can use up my entire thing here trying to find this. Alright. That's all blood splatter all over the wretched girl. Alright, let's try the victim's photo.
Objection!
No. So I don't get one chance, I get 5 chances. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, sucked it up, and made my escape. That's what I'm...
Objection!
See, I know this statement has an existing, I just don't know how to prove it. Because it was Ringo that got thrown over the counter, but I don't have any way to prove that. Unless I had a regular damn testimony I could throw at him, which I don't have. Okay, wait. Okay, if she had her own gun, why is she holding Whitney Banks' gun? Oh, damn it, I pressed the wrong button.
Objection!
Damn it. No, my learned friend. I take issue with you. Ah, oops. His lordship made it very clear that the defense is permitted to present only a single piece of evidence. 5 times, that's it. The prosecution demands stern punishment for any mischief used to make more of this cross-examination. Indeed, just desserts, counsel. Just desserts. Gah. Ho ho ho. I'm the evil Santa Claus. Ah, he threw that mischief in your face, Ryuno. He threw those just desserts in my face twice. Alright, I'm looking at one piece of evidence. I don't know. Need to think about this carefully. Lordship, I'm only gonna allow me to present one piece of evidence here. Ooh, excuse me. But it's clear what that piece of evidence should be. Is it? Is it clear? It's not clear to me. How in the world did Susie Man sneak off with this without me noticing? How did she sneak off? Oh. So was the gun thing present at the scene before they got there? Did Gina bring it there? What would she have used it for? This is still not adding up in my head here. And she used it in the pawn... Oh, you're saying Suzaru used it in pawnbrokery. Yes, at least that's what Mr. Sholm said. I was only gone from the place for about 5 minutes when I went after the skull converters. What possible reason could Suzaru-san have had to use Iris's contraption in that time? Could it be that what she did with the cat flapomat completely changes one of the key premises this testimony is based on? You know, it would have been nice if Mr. Jones actually stated what Suzaru did with the thing. That would actually be helpful, because I don't know what she did with it. Alright, for the fuck of it, I'm just gonna present that. I don't know what this has to do with anything. Game, give me a fucking clue. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat flapomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. I know. Amazing invention, isn't it? Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create
A peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. Wait. Are we presuming that the peephole wasn't there to begin with? And that Susato created the peephole? Wait, hold on. Hold up. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Yeah, I noticed that a while ago. I mentioned that it looked like there wasn't a peephole in this photo. And I was wondering about that. I was like, wait a minute, there's no peephole in the photo in this photo here. So I'm like, wait a minute, what? Was that just an oversight? Of course, nothing is a freaking oversight in this game. Damn it. I remember I noticed that like probably like 2 episodes ago I noticed that. 2 parts ago I noticed that. And I forgot about it already. Damn it. This game got me. Got me good. So there was no people there before when the crime took place. Yeah, okay. So that pretty much ruins Graydon's argument. Or testimony. Yeah. Is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon. A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winniebank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Mr. Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? But it's when the peephole was made. That's the important part. Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. I'm very slow to figure these things out. Alright, it's time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! Whoa, whoa.
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene, whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism. And yeah, I do kind of agree with that. It would have been nice if Susato had actually told us this before she left. Because this is like very vitally important information. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door. There's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ugh. Order! 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 Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. But we have photographic evidence. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Well, we can try it here right now. On your face. Oh yes. I designed to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Haha. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, Cooey, time for dinner. When did she do that? Well? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet. Whoa, hold on. Whoa. But I got interrupted there for a moment. And I was getting so into it too. Oh. Okay, anyway. I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Winniebanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapomat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Winniebanks are an exact match. Ugh. Hee. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now, it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your eastern island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What?
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, Counsel?
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Suzato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. In the whole wide world.
Very well. The Counsel for Defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door of Winniebank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. I'm just gonna go with the photo here, because there's no people in the photo here.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Suzato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt, that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel. This print shows a scene at the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Ah. Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Ugh. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Yeah. I'm still standing, by the way. Order. I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, well, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes. In fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No. I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runa? As Shirley always says, one lie begets another. No,
Wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. Ooh. Meaning he knew about the blood splatter on the coat. Yeah. Because there's no way he would have known about that unless he knew about it beforehand. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statements. They show where Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Now let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the orders to have the officers working around the clocks and the shift so we can get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. Ugh.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you. Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
The inspector. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you have just uttered are extremely serious, have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is this person in question, Counsel? Again, I'm going to do a safety save here. Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? I hate to implicate you, Mr. Fish and Chips, but we did see you suspiciously talking with Mr. Graydon. Sorry, buddy, I gotta throw you under the bus here.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed their subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. And you're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had with any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fellow, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed during the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. But they did anyway, and we all saw that.
Oh, I just remembered something, Runo.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Gina was testifying.
Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime.
That's it. It was during the testimony.
They were talking suspiciously to each other for quite a while. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been impossible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe-rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving any confidential details to like to this bloke? No. Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. And then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well, I...
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nippon student's specialty. That has been very effective so far, I might add. I don't do that. Really. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Runo, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that will join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Alright, should I just... This is the only piece of evidence I have not presented yet. Is this the thing that ties everything together? Is it? I'm gonna say it, because I'm like, I guess. I mean, I don't know how Gregson would be aware of this, or why he thinks that Graydon would be able to get him this. I don't think there's anything else here. Yeah, sure, let's just throw everything away out the window. Let's go. This, my lord. This shows exactly what the deal between these two men was all about. Well, Inspector, what do you have to say for yourself? Dear me, would appear this answer in no way satiate your appetite. Wow, that wasn't it. Some of that bite your meter. Yeah. Okay, wow, that wasn't it. Okay, whatever. Okay. It's a good thing I saved there. Okay, so it's not that. Let's see, what else could it possibly be? Well, the police already have the disc, so it can't be that.
Take that!
Is it something from that? My lord shows exactly... no.
Take that!
I'm drawing a blank here. I don't know what. He's gonna promise him like the most amazing fish and chips ever. The best fish and chips. Okay, I'm like getting like stumped here, so I'm just gonna. Yeah. Oh my god, freaking. The music box disc? Why? The police already had the music box disc. Why would... I don't understand that.
Take that!
But apparently that's what it is. Why would it care? 'Cause the police already had the music box discs. Or wait, it's because he wanted to get it back for Strongheart. Maybe that's what it is. Okay. I guess that might make sense. Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Winniebanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are elite classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover a second of the disc containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winniebanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGill's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, I don't. Give it to him. Don't give it to him. It's mine. That is mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGill has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGill was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were... recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No, God.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be found in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Now it's your turn to provide evidence, prosecution. Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. Nani? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this manner. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Gina was testifying before. And Craigsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? Yum. Yum. Yum, 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 yum. I do love me fish and chips. Infinite fish and chips. Yum, yum. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvements, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Very serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remark about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Ryuno because you're scared. And the accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord? Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Trying to think here, who else? I got it. I know what's going on. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal... Hold up. Damn, I killed the bug. It's been a long time since I did that. The defense requests a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else that you had contact with recently. What's the meaning of this, eh? Also, at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Oh, Iris. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly await his next words. You what? Now don't be so hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search now? Nash.
Take that!
Do you have something in your pocket of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin? Well, I never. Eh? Me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, please, pretty please, I'll give you some fish and chips. Just let me... I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's... another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Or shall I call you Inspector Fish now? Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? You'll have to remind me, my memory is very bad. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, it did, no? Though me noggins was gonna fall clean off, it did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, it was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? That's what he said. He held it right down my ear hole, he did. Yeah, it's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. It must have been when he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig. He hid it? You... But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? And this is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. But he didn't want to. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked for the Ministry. And do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush. A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean... He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly,
Please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. But you're on the witness stand, you kinda have to. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with the detective? All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... what? Man, this just keeps going and going and going. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done has been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you be making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in present of vital. Stop.
Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
Don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... they're going to believe Gregson. They declare their decision now. Is Gina going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Again. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winniebank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel. I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. Well, do we have the second disc yet? No, we don't. I mean, we have the second disc now. We can put it in the music box and actually determine what the actual Morse code is now. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their liens, Gina will be found guilty. So if there's no choice then, Runo, we have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now, it all comes down to this. Again, for the, what, 3rd or 4th time now. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Well, we can't leave it to a jury.
Oh. Honestly, I'm getting to the point where I just kind of want to get this resolved. Okay, yeah, okay. There's the music box, and this. We need to get the second disc in the music box. That's what we need to do. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Yeah, what's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to a deal he clearly struck for Graydon about the music box.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box, Counsel? Why, yes it is. Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in its place as well. Goodness, this disc, Counsel?
Hold it!
No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. Yeah. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. Look at my boots. Look at the bottom of my boot. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Ugh. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. No! Very well. The defense stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. For the love of God. Shut that bloomin' box up.
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom, Inspector? I did. Stop. What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Inkster lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! Psst. You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, and if I'm perfectly honest... Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. Yeah, you. Traitor! The bailiff, where's the bailiff? Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! That's it then. It's all over. Or is it? I despise my life growing up. Those slums are... Oh wait, no, I think this is like Graydon here. I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Hey! You're a fiend for acquired talent, so you are. I might need to throw you away if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. Bye-bye. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections at the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable by using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. Once he'd been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills to be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box disc made. Music box disc, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs, and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal. The exchange of the second disc. Yes, I sold the man information that was that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose.
climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched the British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. Anything. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in the courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic action following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man? This man? Everything is ready, sir. Would you like to follow me into the courtroom? What's this, officer? This sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. Asked if I could be present for it myself. Myself? I mean, nobody again. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right. An imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think that it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded.
This is the first of the 2 discs. And the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at it. Look at that now. What an ingenious little invention.
So then, as promised, 10 guineas for ye, young man. What's this? Windybank's pawnbrokery. Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article that deposited there for ye. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in the pawn for ye. It'll fetch you good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have ye not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGillicud's pawns. That he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGillicud's overcoat, and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGillicud was involved. Inspector, you recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on for Yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into that place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGillicud on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Bang. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windybanks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah, yeah? Yeah, I completely forgot I was here. It is time for the final education. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top of that there for a while. Well, this took a while. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Eh? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less,
You gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winniebank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGillet's property, it seems.
Yeah. I never done nothing of the sort.
No, of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGillet's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Gina this evening. Ah, too bad, she's going to jail anyway.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was... well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To the demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Are you sure you want to do that?
Very sorry about that.
It was the only way that I could get the Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that... Oh, that's her.
It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madame?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madame, an unhealthy level of obsession, one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones.
What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all?
Oh. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me now. Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, me lord?
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, that ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair. If you want it to change, you gotta start it at home. You gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty, 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 guilty. Yay! No, don't shoot that off in here. Oh, okay. That is all. Court is adjourned. Bam. On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Are we friends now? Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, they're both empires. We're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day, if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. I am currently out of chalices to smash, so I should probably leave now. I'll have to get some more for the next time, the next game. Man, that felt like that went on for a long time. Almost 4 hours here. I need to take a quick break and I'll be back. We'll wrap this up here. Alright, I'm back. Alright, let's wrap this up. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. I swear. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right? Right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. And what's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? You kept the promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked on something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your guts tell you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is word, provided I can get my words out of my mouth straight. It's just getting late. It's just going on for a while. That's all. There's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. And am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? No, not at all. You're doing a pretty piss-poor job of it. Sorry to disappoint you. From the grave. Pardon this interruption. Who's this? But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ahaha, yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling.
Mr. Sholmes.
Aha, yes, it was me all along, you see. It was me all along. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you.
Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Good at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial with him winds up dead anyway, is that it? Well, the very point I was trying to make. And as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilda, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. I think that was just a coincidence, we don't need to worry about that. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, I'm him upstairs. He knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. You won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some codes like that bug trotter, what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs making sure they get what they deserved. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGillad's always world. So I ain't scared, I got principles, see? Like, we're still onto this thing that Van Zeeks murders people after trials. No. He may be a vampire, but he doesn't go out and murder people. I think we have established that already. He may indeed be a vampire, though. We have not disproven that yet. We have not seen him in the daylight yet. A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oh wait, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Shirley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But he still didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine it, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Shirley, but you don't have that weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Guinea tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You're the judge's pattern. Got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the pog trotter stuff was one of my lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. I mean, it's not like you're paying taxes. Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Oh, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them lot, like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Guinea. What did she say? Hold on. That's a wonderful idea, Guinea, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rail gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. You'll probably need a new lawyer after this, but you'll have fun with that. Odo. Yes? No. What are you doing? It takes you so long to load that thing. I can just step out. No! Ah! What was that for? I mean, it's kind of my fault. I could have just stepped out of the way because you took so long to load it, but I didn't seriously think you were going to shoot me with that thing. But it's like, okay, whatever. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so I just wanted to shoot you with this thing. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hit a repos, meaning from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Missing from your vocabulary, I mean. Yeah? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Instead of, shooting people. Oh yes, it's good advice, Guinea. Right. I see. Well... Thanks, Odo. Thanks, Odo. Thank you for everything, what you've done, and for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Maybe in the next game. Well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't that... Ah, dang it, I pressed the button again. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Early? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? All of London is underwater now. The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, We may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But... There won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? I am a miracle man. I may not explain these things, but I managed to do them anyway. Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. Are we here now? We shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of unknown to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. You blackmailed the dude. Okay. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? She's just standing on the pier with no boat. It's just right there. Like, if I just turn my head a little bit to the left, I think I'll see her. She's like right there. It's like super obvious. Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Hold it, what are you doing? Miss Susato, wait, what are you doing? Scamper, 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 scamper. Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial, I mean. We heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. And then she went to jail. It's a long story. It's a long story. It's a very long story. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Why? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. Yes, you should have told me that before you left. Could have been really helpful. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Ryuno's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice it for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat Flapple-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winniebank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Bang! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Believe me, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play in my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So, while Mr. Sholmes was bleeding out on the floor, you used the cat Flapple-mat to make a peephole in the door. Am I understanding that correctly?
As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed. It was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made. And that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Although naturally without proof it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Like, very cold. Like, ice water cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus Begilded.
I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winniebank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. It's like I was psychic and I was predicting the future here, even though I had no way of knowing that this is how things would turn out. I just took a lucky guess here. A real lucky guess.
Ah. For which people would be the very thing.
Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the people to anyone. Not even to the police.
Or to me, the lawyer.
I know. And I knew that at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense even. I've been a bad girl. I've been a very bad girl. I need to be punished. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely packed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people would save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. Somehow. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. I guess that makes sense, I guess. Maybe. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Suzaru decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Suzaru.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I had lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, so I decided to become a vigilante of the night, and I will extract vengeance upon those who cannot be proven guilty by the law. I will take the law into my own hands now. I will become the Empress of the Night. I am the Batwoman of the night, or the flower lady of the Phantom Flower Lady of the Night, extracting vengeance upon the guilty. In my own ways, yeah. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Suzaru, what you did saved Gina's life, even though you did tamper with the evidence. We do admit to that.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in the trial will continue to play in my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they are written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, should they have been intercepted. In cipher? Oh, I see. That makes sense. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Dare I ask you to explain that? Sogi... What? Wait, what are we getting at here?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
Asogi? Yeah, but that's Japanese. That's the name.
Wait, Iris, what did you say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something?
Asogi?
What's the name of my best friend?
What? But how? Why do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it for their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says asobi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Suzato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madame, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. Oh, wow, this just keeps going and going. Alright, what is it? But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Suzato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Burigusan. Gregson. Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man of the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name... Who are we gonna make a guess here? Is it Sudato's father? That's gonna be my guess. And what's the matter, Miss Suzato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. Oh, okay. Oh, Mr. Wilson. So I'm assuming all of these people were either spies or targets of assassination, maybe. Which would mean Kazuma's death was arranged, and probably Wilson's death was intentional. So that leaves Gregson and whoever this other person is, Shin. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Well, yeah, in a way he's in Japan. He's not moving in Japan. Oh, well... no. It's not a very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Yeah, we'll just go with that for now.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. Just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Winniebank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Honk. Oh dear. The ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. It'll probably take about 6 months, but it'll go by so fast. In this day and age of very slow sea travel. Oh man, my back is aching. Really, Susie? Oh, now, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Which I still have in my pocket for some reason. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. It was a long time ago on the SS Burya when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep, and you thought I was guilty. Actually, technically, we met kind of before that at the trial in Japan. But if I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. I know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as you were in that case, somehow felt right away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Give me a judo chop. No? Okay. No judo chop.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Are we done? Oh, no, we're not. Dang it. Dang it, Sholmes. Oh, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we should never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and now it was all your fault. I hate you. Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Fusato, you love defending yourself in court. That's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes. Yes. A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Yes! No. Oh, yes, I love Ryuno's words. I know just the one he'll use here. Then I really must say...
Objection!
Objection! We're done, finally. 4.5 hours for this stream. Oh. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale, with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work, pays a pittance by comparison. So we're still getting dialogue in the thing. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Breakfasts. Plural. Breakfasties. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, Ido-Noza knows his father is an innocent man. Are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses. My courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. I don't remember what voice I had for this, George. It was like so long ago. Having delivered the Russian dancer to store in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wahagai's offspring in my pocket. Remembering some kid on board and suddenly he's hardened criminal is not fair. I don't remember the voices I had for everybody. I just want the credits to roll. Actually, you know what? If you want to read that, you can just read it. I'm not going to voice everybody here. I just want to talk about the game a little bit here. Scientific investigation made a gold standard for bleaching the new age. I dreamt of a world governed by the tenets of order. Okay, whatever. I enjoyed the game. I enjoyed it. It took a long time to get through this here. Longer than I anticipated, and there's a lot of dialogue, so... I'm not going to be doing a dialogue-intensive game like this for a while, so I can tell you the next couple games I'm playing for Spooktober, definitely not going to be a dialogue-intensive, so I will give my voice a break, and I'm sure people are tired of hearing my terrible voice acting. But I enjoyed the game. I think for the most part, for the most part, the logic kind of flowed better than the main Ace Attorney games. But there were probably like 2 or 3 spots towards the end where the logic just didn't really follow for me. So, and that's where I got kind of stumped, and I had to kind of look up what the next step was supposed to be. So, but for the most part, I got through the trial pretty well. Got through all the trials and investigating. Again, the trials are very fun and entertaining in this game. I enjoyed them. The investigations are kind of so-so. They're okay, but the trials are where they're at, and I wasn't really sure how much many of the characters I'm going to like. I think for the most part, I generally enjoyed most of the characters in the game. As long as they had dialogue that was kind of easy to read. I didn't really care for the Skulkin brothers too much because their dialogue was so mangled and hard to read, but there. Van Zeeks, pretty good prosecutor. I respect him, even though he does act a little racist from time to times, but at least I kind of feel like he's trying to lean towards uncovering the truth in some instances where it's kind of in front of him, so he isn't like completely obtuse as a prosecutor, as like some in the main Ace Attorney trilogy are. So I thought it was a pretty good prosecutor. I think he's probably one of the better prosecutors in the series. So I definitely have fun with his character. The jury system is pretty interesting. Gives a nice little twist on the gameplay, which I find pretty fascinating. But it's really just kind of like an extension of the cross-examination system. So it's really not that much different from that. But just kind of pass the game out here. So. But, I mean, it's like already we're kind of like setting up the events that are supposed to happen in the next game, which is Great Ace Attorney Resolve, which is the next game. So, again, I'm so divided. Like, I do kind of want to do Resolve on stream, but the other hand, it's like, considering like how long it took me to get through this, I think I've been playing for like solidly for 2 months. I have been on this game. It just feels like a long time. So, again, I may just do Resolve on my own. And because I do want to spend more time playing... Probably... I don't want to say this game is not interesting for streaming, but it's probably not the best game for streaming, because it's mostly a visual novel investigative game. Those... I understand they tend not to be the most entertaining types of games for live streaming, so I probably will do the second game on my own. Probably not right away. I'll probably look into it later on. Just need to take a break from this. Like, but we made it to the end. It's a good game. Definitely one of the much better Ace Attorney games, I would say. That cat is about to maul Ryunosuke. Are we getting more credits? Oh, there's probably more credits here. Yeah, the voice actors who didn't really do a whole lot. I should be credited in the voice acting credits. Me. Because I did most of the voice acting for this game, for this playthrough. Oh god, so much dialogue. Why did I agree to do that? Why? But hey, I really got to work out my vocal cords, didn't I? Trying out all sorts of different voices for different characters. Hey, look, it's Bird Lady with the swan on her head. We never really did figure out what the deal was with her, did we? I guess maybe that's for the next game. So yeah, I still suspect that Strongheart probably is supposed to be the villain of the next game. I get the feeling he's a villain. I think I mentioned before, he has that kind of presence about him that reminds me a lot of the chief of police dude from Rise in the Ashes. It makes me think of him a lot. So I expect he's a villain, and he probably will be a villain in the next game. So I guess I don't know what's gonna... man, I was so disappointed that Gregson just betrayed me. I'm like, come on, man. I thought you were cool, man. I thought you were cool. And then you had to pull this bullshit on me in the last trial. I am so disappointed in you, Inspector Fish and Chips. How dare you? Yeah, I don't really know what else to say. So, we're getting close to the end here. We're just gonna keep... I don't know how long the credits are on this thing, so we'll just keep going. Let's see what else we can talk about here. There's Mr. Strongheart himself. Behold my T-posing. A T-pose of dominance. I do like how pretty much everybody is an actual character in this game. There's really, like, not really any, like, no-name NPC characters in this game. Like, I was kind of worried that the jury was going to be full of, like, a bunch of no-name characters. But actually, they all had the kind of individual personalities and stuff to them, so it was kind of nice, and they were partially... some of them were partially recurring jurors, which... realistically, you know, it's like... I feel like the pool of jurors in London must be very, very small. Because we're getting, like, the same jurors over and over in some of these cases, so it's like, wow, they really don't have a very big pool of jurors to pick from, do they? Especially jurors who happen to be involved in the cases and that we're involved in. It's like, that should be, like, automatic grounds for disqualification, but I don't know, it's just... maybe that's the way it was. I doubt the way you know, of course that's not the way British law worked back then, but yeah. So I thought Mr. Sholmes was a pretty interesting character. A little too goofy at times, I would admit, but I think he was definitely more entertaining than I thought it would be, so... Except when he got kind of annoying a few times. Iris is just kind of weird. Again, it's like we have to have, like, a child character for some reason. I don't really know why, but... Okay, he's genius 10-year-old. Doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever. Years and reach for sentence. Okay. Yeah, I think that's about all I have to say. Rating. What would I rate the game? 9 out of 10. I'd say an easily 9 out of 10 for me. I think it only kind of loses a point because some parts are just still obtuse for me, and the game just... It takes a long time to play this game. But yeah, good game. Fate Ace Attorney Adventures. Thean. Is there a post-credit scene? Fleeting farewell. Okay. Okay, so. Okay. Alright. I'm finally done with Ace Attorney for now. So. So Spooktober will be starting soon. Maybe I'll start. Well, it's already October 1st, so maybe later tonight, maybe, you know. The next night, not right now, but. We will start Spooktober soon. I am looking forward to that. I hope you look forward to it too. If you've managed to watch this long, I should probably just stop. It's late. I'm getting tired. My voice is tired, so. Anyway, thank you for watching, and hope to see you in Spooktober. Have a good night. And don't break the law. We don't want to. We don't want the Reaper to be able to come after you. Alright, I'm done. Bye-bye.